Howdy, howdy, and meowdy. Happy Sunday, catfish. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your Sunday, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. I'm having a fantastic start to my Sunday, knowing what we are getting up to today. We are finally starting Shadowbringers, and I am so excited. I have been waiting for this for so long. Like, once we finished Stormblood River on post-Stormblood, I was like, oh, we're so close, we're getting so close, I can't wait. And then last week we finished 3 Shadowbringers, patches 4.4 to 4.55. We are finally on the very first quest of Shadowbringers. We have reached the good content. It's going to be amazing. And I did say I would do a Final Fantasy XIV karaoke stream when we reached, or at least some karaoke, when we reach Shadowbringers. But I'm going to delay that until my new mic gets in, and hopefully soon. Tracking's gone quiet for a little, but hopefully I'll hear back on it soon. It's at least not in Hawaii anymore, so it's probably somewhere nearby. And once that comes in, maybe by next Sunday, then we will do some Final Fantasy XIV karaoke to break it in. But it's gonna be fun. Today's going to be a good stream. We're gonna start off by watching the opening cinematic, Shadowbringers in all its glory. I know we watched it last Sunday, but we're gonna watch it again. And then we're gonna dive right into MSQ. Head to the first, and we're gonna start the goodness. And so, let us get right on into the good. Oop, perfect. The right scene, because it's got my little chat box cover, so no one can type sussy stuff in chat. Capture Final Fantasy XIV. Perfect. Shadowbringers demo and title. This is such a good opening song. Like, holy crap. I'll turn off my chat cover real quick. Just to not obscure any of the audio or any of the screen.
Many years have come and gone since that day.
Look how good Xenos looks.
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one
One
that
day.
stood alone against the storm. For the one
When they called. Warrior of Darkness. Yeah, we're gonna have our pog face on, because this is literally its peak. It's amazing. This is pretty much just gonna be me the entire expansion. It's gonna be pogging the whole time. weary wanderer. No fight left to fight. No life left to live. Oh, it comes. The end. Your end. Who are you? No one. Nothing.
What sayest thou, Master Matoya? We may accept this fate.
Also, Urianger finally gets a glow up. He finally gets new outfits after 2 expansions. He finally gets his glow up he deserves. It's so good. Spends all of Realm Reborn and the first 2 expansions wearing the same outfit. And then he finally gets his glow up. He looks amazing. And so does Y'shtola, or Master Matoya. She's gorgeous. Riding home, riding home. Yeah, this is still by far easily the best expansion theme song in the game.
Certainly has changed.
Endwalker's theme is so good too, but this one is just, it's peak, it's amazing. And then we got Thancred as the first of the 2 expansion jobs, Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker is so good. So good. And then we've got the first of the 2 expansion races, female Viera, as Dancer, the other expansion job. Dancer's also a ton of fun.
This tragedy, greater even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone. If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten.
Whoosh.
Become you must.
And the expansion's signature job, Dark Knight. This is gonna be so good. Oh yeah, right. When you play a expansion's trailer through the movies and titles, it sets the title screen to the expansion. Now we have the Shadowbringers title. Connecting to Primal. Let's turn the chat cover back on. cute lizard girl with a hammer. Because yes, we are also going to be playing through Shadowbringers as Reaper for extra edge. Dark Knight and Reaper. That way we don't overlevel on a job. But we will start off as Dark Knight. I have been excited for this for a week now, and we're finally here. In fact, I'm gonna drag this and this down to here so I can swap between them easily. Don't really got a super fancy looking Dark Knight weapon. I have to check the market board to see what the prices are for now. The Circus Trench. Okay, worth saving that. And oh yeah, I forgot off the rip, we get the music. We get the good. Good news, Pennifer. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. Ooh. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Also, I should see if I turned in my last week's Tales journal, just so I don't have an expired one. Pick up a fresh journal later if needed. Okay, my journal's still good, so it's not this week's, but it's the week before, but I finished that. Let's get on our Mega Shiba. Ride the very fluffy doggo. Heading to the survey site, madame. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. I mean, I would fly if I could fly, but the game says boat.
many people there are. Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look.
Hey, Biggs and Wedge, my man.
Biggs! Wedge!
My boys.
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Hehehe.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No thanks.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
I'll be fine. This receptionist is...
Tataru is great. I love Tataru.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
Oh, great, it's the spooky voice again.
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse
Contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates, that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Do not look at me.
Oh no. Game, why? Why, game?
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Why did you have to give us harsh font?
Your time has not yet come.
Spooky.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Night? It's kind of bright as crap out.
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk yet, he'd reply. Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Good job, Sarubot.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
You know, for starting a new expansion, I think I could use a new hairstyle, even though I did change this one up only a stream or two ago. Actually, no, we'll stick with this, and once things start to get spicy, we can change up. Because I do still like the short wavy hair, it's cute.
Between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt, the one true struggle.
Shadowbringers, let's go! Sometimes you just gotta RP walk to for style. Add a little emphasis to things. I could run there, but it's more stylistic and fitting to just walk.
Halt! Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
God, Lena looks so good with the graphics
From where
update.
do you hail?
I mean, technically Limsa, but that's probably the better answer.
The source? What is this cryptic nonsense? Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin, but instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer your
Concealment? I gave you an honest answer. What is that ugly thing?
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Oh.
Everything all right, Captain?
Yo, the Dabadoos are out for free. We get free Dabadoos. Let's go.
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious fronts, is it? I should have. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private. Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you were still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Yeah. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused?
Inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand, but all shall be explained in due course, I promise you.
It had better be.
Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Yeah, that's a good idea, don't you think? Oh, the music's so good.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Stick this here with my other coffers that I should open. I still have a level 50 coffer. That's kind of useless, honestly. Well, I definitely need better legs, so I'll get use out of the leg coffer. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your Aetheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. Well, of course. I also got attuned to the mini ones. After you've done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the Crystalline Mean. This is where you'll find a collective crafters and gatherers as well as their spokeswoman, Catless, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him in his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps, take the exit on the left, and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Braggy, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions are simple enough. Yeah, easy enough. Go up the stairs, go down the stairs, go to the right. Ha, very good. I concede, the layout of the Crystarium owes more to the historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. When you finish making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard of the center of town. Until then. So yeah, we may not be changing up our hair, but I think we could use a new outfit. What do we have for our glamours? Gammas. That's still a good one. That. Got our Dark Knight set. That. Got our K-pop outfit. Got a darker version of this. Actually, yeah, let's use the darker version. If we're gonna be here, let's go darker. A tiny change, but it still looks good. Darker. Reassign. Update. Reaper. And Reaper had that on already. Perfect. Okay, let's grab the big Aetheryte first, and then we can go grab the minis. And then once we get to the shopping area, we can peruse the market board for maybe a shiny sword, if there's one that's not expensive and looks nice. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of aether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable and should allow teleportation to Aetherites in the source. Sweet! Now we can get home. Though we don't quite have much reason to go home just yet. I mean, I will need to turn in this eventually, once I finish this. I'll probably do that off stream. How many of these do we have left? 3. 3 to put down. And I haven't really been unlocking any of these. I mean, I could unsync those probably. But yes, the only gear we really need for Dark Knight is pants. We've got 400. That one's 270, 370, 370. That's still technically best in slot for a while. Once we get to the end of Shadowbringers, then we will immediately be outpacing that, but now we just need pants. And then we will actually be pretty much good for a couple levels of MSQ. Orin, my man. Excuse me, miss. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with their civic roles, you see, and, well... What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll even? A scrap scribbled on parchment? My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap spot of academic research? Oh ho! So you have an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment, and I'll fetch it for you. Ooh, picture book. Colorful, let's go. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair and make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson then. A 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease until the day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across the star. He called this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. That's quite unfortunate. Yet just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrant, and Norvrant alone, spared the fate of her or fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive at another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from Norvrant's sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or, if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. Hooray, I'm learning things. Also, ad break time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, and grab another drink. And then we will continue collecting aetheryte, or mini aetherytes. And we are back. Let's see, we need to nab that. That. Then we can go nab those two on our way to that. Time to go uppies. Completely forgot to close the Wario editor. That'll free up a little bit of resources. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Senators come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized, too, thanks to us in the mean. We work together to procure materials, resources, and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Yulmoren layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magics summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He's indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talents you might be hiding. If you've aught to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catalyst and I'll find you a niche here in the Crystalline Mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Okie dokie. I forget what level it is that Reaper gets the portal to their teleport. I think 74 maybe? Yeah, Hell's Gate. Upon executing Hell's Ingress and Hell's Egress, leave behind a Hell's Gate and grant Threshold to self. That'll let me teleport back to where my portal is, which is very good for combat. I can then yeet myself out of danger and right back. So we got that. It's that and that. That'll be everything. Since we got Dark Knight at 73 currently, we will do Image Q as Reaper for a bit to get that to 73. I think every level we get on one job, we'll swap to the next. Cringe. New to the city, friend? The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome. My name is Bragi, and I am the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too flowered by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for drones such as yourself, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. Something wrong? Let's see if we can straighten this one out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a Hume, and the taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual over there is a gold gent, whilst the one with horns is a drawn like you. And then you have the large, scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zune. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Can I use the market board now? No? Cringe? Extremely cringe? I just want to shop for a shiny Dark Knight sword. Cringe and a half. Augers. Literally, the first thing I do every time I get to a new major city. Attune to everything. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details are sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self-sim one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing, and although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate into motion. Oh, good, pants. I need pants for Dark Knight. And a better ring, or better bracelet eventually. I only bought that one because somebody was selling like the 380 or 375 bracelet for stupid price. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfill my half of the bargain and explain what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to the town and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. And Graha is? I am not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? Oh. An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. Now I think it best that we focus on the present. Well, I would sure like to know where my buddy Graha went. But I guess we could figure that out later.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow Scions.
Yep.
To put it simply, they are here in the first. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the first, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphinaud and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return. We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future, that which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
I suppose.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendant. Which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there would take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes! You must be curious about the currency. Fear not, the gil you carry will serve you well enough. Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Oh, great, tomestones.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. A Van Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of
It's a
pixie.
pixie.
For you, I have the most vital task. This fine lady is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to lend you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin.
Fun?
But
I like
answer
fun.
me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
My teeth? Nails? Yeah.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Sne Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand. Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
Ooh, perfect. Now I can go shopping. That's still expensive. And there ain't none of that. This one look like again? That's actually pretty cool. That's actually not that expensive. Kind of chunky, but I like the goopy effect on that. That one's cool. Kind of wish Suzaku's blade was there, because it's a really nice one. Wait. Let's wait on buying a blade and stock up on money and whatnot. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay to make use of as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Where you rest and recuperate, then we shall reconvene in the Ocular anon. I believe that covers all the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Panifer. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Pleasure to meet you, miss, and welcome to your new home at Pendants. Your room is ready if you'd care to retire. Gladly. Yeah, imagine trying to sleep when it's this bright out at all times. Me? Oh, you.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
You're... Ardbert? Think that's your name.
Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used to
My
make
man.
a daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source and try to hasten their goddamned ardor.
Oh, great, the Ascians.
I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood? $100 years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the First. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's-forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Hmm. definitely gonna be a bit until the first dungeon, but I think we do the first dungeon on stream today. I think it's level 71 content. We're starting to breeze along through 70. Mistress Pennifer, the Exarch awaits you within.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest? That is good to hear. Should you want for anything, pray let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the Flood of Light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmeg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest.
Yes. Do you know Lahi?
Alas, neither location can be
I will
reached without
play
considerable
Lahi.
As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom
I
is
think
stationed
what
but a
I think
short
when we do get to the end of the stream, we will play that. We will watch that amazing video.
Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, travelled south to the arid wastes of Armorang. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calicia or Armorang? It matters not which you choose to visit first.
Let's go visit Alize first.
Simply inform me once you've made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin Eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Okay, now I can get some good pants for Dark Knight and actually have a decent. That'll bump us up from 380 to 388. Also, when did I get that? I could have had that equipped for who knows how long now. So let us... 10. Bye. Thank you. Ready to depart for Arang? Alice will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She, impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was. Repeatedly. Hee 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 hee. Good old Alice. I only hope that my pardon sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here. This is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amber launch and he will see that you reach your destination. I will pick this up as well, and then we go visit Alice first. You will visit Alphino and Colucia then? Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here is a letter of introduction, presented to Zem Genmai, the master of beasts at Temenos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. Let us go visit our friends. If you've come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. No. Oh. Oh! A friend of the Exarch. Hoping to meet someone in Almarang, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set up for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away. Assuming you have everything you need. Absolutely. All set. Then off to the unforgiving sands we go. Oh right, Aether Currents. We have those to do. And side quests for Aether Currents. Though I don't know if we get unlock any side quests yet.
Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people.
Toasty.
And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
The music here is immediately really good. It's like lo-fi vibes. I love it. Oof. No matter how many times I come here, the cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky may be as bright as in the scorching hours of day, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter set out to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alice, a friend of yours, is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose you make a stop in Mordzuk to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off, and I'd better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Right, we head southwest straight as an arrow. Unfortunately, I am not as straight as an arrow. Let's take the Moondoggo. Southwest. I will probably maybe see this. current. Oh, so that's a funky looking cactar. Southwest. Armadillo. Okay, straight to the west, it says. Probably across the bridge. Northwest. No, right there. And how many do we need for here? I suppose it'll say once I pick the first one. Four. Okay, so it's... Yeah, they made the change back in Endwalker that previous expansions you only needed 4 instead of the 8. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Almarang, is it not? Before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. Man, that cactar is caked up. It is dummy thick. They built them big, didn't they? At Kasr Sharl, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabath Arang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say that it was once one of Norvrand's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabath Arang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying, most of them anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amara roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mordsuk. Let's press on, shall we? Okay, next Aether Current is... west... I can't go that far west yet. There's maybe another one, probably south more ways. Absolutely cannot go that west yet. Oh, combat music's poppin'. You know, body slam this paint scribe. Here we are, Mordsuk. By the Blessed Shadow, I love this town. Mordsuk, not just full of Mord, but humans and all manner of others, too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you can never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. I'm gonna go with Shun. And not that I really use the Amoros, but I'll talk to them anyway. Me and Mudang off on an adventure. I really do need to open these and just get rid of the gear because it's useless currently. Oh wow, howdy Lear, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome Raiders. I hope you had a fantastic stream. Welcome, welcome. Welcome Raiders. For those who do not know, I am Penny. I am everyone's big sister. I am a bundle of chaotic kindness. I love to live, live to love, and I love you. What were you up to today? Ooh, that sounds fun. I recently joined a Minecraft SMP myself, which I'll be streaming some tomorrow. And I hope you had fun with your chaotic Minecraft. That sounds like it was fun. I do indeed. For once, I don't have a cat. I have a aura.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mordsuk.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang.
Yeah, I have finally started Shadowbringers today. We are 7 quests in, I think.
You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too. Many of them rare. As I told you before, not many.
I say 7 quests for 2 hours into the stream, and we're barely on Alice's route.
From moms around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here!
Come and look.
Oh boy.
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
And everyone seems so disappointed. Yeah, I'll go visit Ron and get a meal. Welcome to Ron's Traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose. With no drilling on the merchandise, yes? Browse Ron's wares. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Targeted food stuff and inspect it with click. Meat. That's my ever-burning bounty made of the best parts of the lizard. Cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm me up on chilly desert nights. That sounds yummy. Mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruit, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. That also sounds yummy. Everyone's favorite, plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed regular, you'll never want any other treat. Frogs? Oh, you'll like those. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spirits stick and roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside, perfect for snacking. Honestly, the meat in the mush loaf sounds yummy. Let's go Ever-Burning Bounty, that sounds yum. Yes, put some spice in your soup. You won't feel the cold this night, and probably not the next one either. We have the gold. And done. One Voberdite to honor buys you 10 sides of lizard meat. That is a lot of meat. That is absolutely a lot of meat. And we ate it all. In one sitting. Will I eat the lot? Of course I'm gonna eat the lot. I may be small, but I ain't no quitter. Consider your queen purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Keeping the merchandise down, yes, no returns. I still can't believe it lets you just pick to eat everything. That is a lot of meat. I was watching from here, Pennifer. You honored our custom and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in Amarang, we are here to provide. Hahaha. You have courage, my friend. Ron's wares are more exotic and harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right. Now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delay your departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here from the goods that need picking up from the market, all properly paid for. You just need to do the lifting and carrying. Easy peasy. I'll go and take care of some last minute haggling then. See you in a bit. Ba, ba. Key items. Tipo cactus from the Thonthon, iron ore from Full Soul. Nabath Orang antiques from Mill to be collected from Molmol. Nope, not you. Doo. Thonthon, table cactus, iron ore, soul. Nabath hanging antiquities. Yep. Hey, no touching. That merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Cassard sent you? Why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh no, no, no. Navath Orango relics, was it? All packed in that box there, handle with care. That. Thonthon. Why am I don't need to link that. I'm going to click on table cactus and then iron ore. That's not a table cactus. Or it is, okay. You came in with Cassard, yes? Good, good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please, take your prickly purchase. Okay, now need to find Soul. Or iron. Ba, ba, ba. Hello? Anyone here? No? Let's get on the Moondoggle then. Bun, that's Gen. Ron. Zin. Unless I'm past Soul. Might have. Probably have, knowing me. I am exceptionally blind. Soul. Here we go. Cassard sent you, did he? Right, guess what kind of ore is it again? Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Don't tell me you've been around the entire record already. Yep. I am fast. That's a lot, alright. Good work. And quick work, too. considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you wanted to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you returned, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard, it feels like an age since I last saw you. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It has been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This lady was on her way to meet with Alice. I'm supposed to be taking her to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alice has told me so much about you. You're a Pennifer, aren't you? I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alice quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as Pennifer's guide, Cassard? My shopping is all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Almorang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Howdy, howdy, sheepy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great day. Something tells me this blue quest is probably for an Aether Current. It is. I'll do this real quick. Greetings, friend. You like helping people, yes? Maybe you can help me too. You see, my son Gun makes me very proud, but very worried. He works very hard, too hard for his own good. He follows orders, yes, follows them until someone tells him to stop. This is very dangerous, bad for his health. I need you to speak to him, persuade him to rest. He should be near the Red Serai, probably leaving no stone unturned in his search for relics. Please tell him his father orders him to stop. Oh, we're going all the way up there, eh? Let's get on the motorcycle. It's technically the fastest ground mount. The music in Shadowbringers is immediately so good. Like, the zone music's great, the combat music's so good. Search the nooks, search the crannies, search high, search low. Oh, sorry, I did not see you there. Are you lost? Father says I must rest. That will not do. No, I will stop, but not yet. I need something to show for my efforts. All this scrabbling, all this searching, and still no shinies. You came here to tell me to stop, but if I refuse, your job will not be finished, will it? That will not do either. Wait, I have an idea. If you help me find shinies, my job will be over, your job will be over, and I can rest. Simple, yes? I suppose. I guess we're shiny hunters. Look under that rubble and find whatever there is to be found. Maybe it will be valuable, maybe not. Either way, let us keep searching until we get at least one shiny. I will say I love Final Fantasy XIV's flight unlock system so much better than World of Warcraft. Because you don't have to do an absurdly long quest or achievement chain, followed by another absurdly long achievement chain. You just have to do the 4 Aether Currents in a zone, or 8 Aether Currents in the current expansion, and then 4 side quests in a main story quest to get Aether Currents, and then you can fly. And you find the world Aether Currents easily. Just use the compass, tells you where to look. What did you find? Not more rubble, I hope? Found a ring. Oh, this looks very special. Such pretty patterns. I've never seen one like this before. But how much is it worth? I am an expert in finding shinies, not a historian. Perhaps we should ask someone. Once we sell it, we would divide the profits between us. We work as a team, so half for you, half for me. Fair is fair. Okie dokie. And it's like all the side quests for currents are also really quick and easy to do. So instead of having to wait through the entire expansion to then start grinding out all the crap you need for flying like in WoW, you could just passively work on flying as you progress through zones, and then eventually you will reach the point in the zone where you get flying. And you pretty much unlock flying in a zone at the point where you're done doing main story there and off to somewhere else, which is honestly pretty nice. Doesn't quite help much while you're there, but next time you're in the zone, you can fly. Alisaie has been desperate to see you, Pannifer, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the edge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. Okie dokie. Ba-ba. Yeah, we are doing Shadowbringers as Reaper and Dark Knight. Dark Knight being the expansion's signature job. All set. Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. But most of them will leave you be. You should keep your distance. Local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. You think you can handle any beast to try to make a meal of us? Absolutely. I thought you might. Alisaie was always saying how much. I mean, let's get going, shall we? Okay, onwards. We're gonna beat up some coyotes. And yet we're at the point where we actually get more fun buttons. Where we're just going to keep getting more and more abilities, like we have that now, but we get that at 76. which is a really nice button. Long cooldown, but it does so much damage. And then we get that at 80, and that's where everything gets really spicy. Sorry, there wasn't much time in Shadow Warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I always thought Alisaie was strong, but in her mind she was never... Now it makes sense. Well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have her scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Okie dokie. Ba-dum, bam, bam, ba-dum. Bam, bam, ba-da, bam, bam, ba-dum. Okay, there's a curtain to the south. I figured there was. Probably gonna be multiple coyotes. Here we combo, BB! Reaper just looks so good. It's so satisfying. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. Howdy, howdy, Dareth. Welcome, welcome. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow, but first let's head inside, shall we? Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alisaie arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alisaie who was so unfamiliar with her situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alisaie give you the full explanation. Yeah, Viper looks like fun. Once I eventually finish Endwalker and pick up Dawn Trail, I will definitely pick up Viper as well. And I definitely want to learn Pictomancer. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose. Or why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. I'll probably end up seeing it. Your Pictomancer definitely looks like it gives magical girl vibes, and I am all for it. I think my first class was... Yeah, I started out as Arcanist, becoming Summoner and Scholar, then I picked up Dark Knight and Samurai. I haven't really done much with Samurai, but I have pretty much done MSQ with Dark Knight. Then I picked up Reaper, and now I'm doing MSQ with both. All footprints lead off to the northwest. I mean, Sam's fun. It's not super complex. It's basically just doing 3 different combos to get your stickers, so you can use different abilities based on how many stickers you have. Bonk. Yeah, Sam is just remembering what ability you get per depending on how many stickers you have. Where one puts a dot on the enemy, another is AoE damage, I think, and then the third is big spicy damage for 3 stickers.
Get back here!
Ayo.
Is that... It can't be.
Alice, I don't get distracted now. Don't get distracted now, even though I'm here. Impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
Oh, Alice is rocking the drip. Alice looking good.
We've fought them to a standstill then. The exiles
Oh,
did say that
absolutely.
the
Alice is
brought
very
back
much
when
a
they arrived at the
tsundere.
source, but without knowing
knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the Flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the First tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the Flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back.
Aw, thank you. I'm glad you like her. I have dipped into the shenanigans side of things off stream.
But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why
But for Square Enix, I will be a good girl.
The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
It's just a matter of time, more for some, less for others. As patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesseline and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience of the resident terrors. These marks are on your map or where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your Aether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, We can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. It's still really cool that this can be played on console, and it actually runs really well on controller. And that even a lot of PC players use controller instead of mouse keyboard. I've never really tried playing an MMO on a console, but whew. That lizard made things a lot rougher than I was hoping. So, note to self, pick off extra enemies before summoning Sin Eaters. Okay, nothing. I'm fine with that. Easy clap. How did you fare? I thought there might be one or two lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, the lesser Sin Eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Sent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful Sin Eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrol. To cull their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to test things, shall we? Alice tells me you've helped her out on her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alice has missed your company. Everything is always a penny for a hair she would. That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Pennifer's methods. Honestly, after seeing her in action, I can understand why. The way she leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt she deserves all the admiration she gets, just as you do. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alice? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alice. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I'm meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Ponil, Todden, and Halrek. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise to be pleased to meet someone new. Seeing to the patients? How were they? Good. That's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I'm concerned about Howard, though. I'll have to speak with the other carriers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to that discussion then. I was going to take Pennifer to Mordsuk if you have any errands there that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Kasar's caravan has passed through, so Round Run should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Pennifer. Something I want you to see right after we stop at a Round Run stall, of course. Oh ho, back again, are you? You need another taste of Round Round's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh, juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a Mord merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honey to worms as well. Hmm? Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friends. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the 8th right to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Here are your precious worm. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Please, wrigglers, you actually brought them.
Refreshing Coke has been to class for 1 month.
Thank you for the sub, Refreshing Coke. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a great day. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Never fails, shall we?
Look, over there, where the wall is broken.
I am having a fantastic day now that I'm actually playing Shadowbringers, which I've been so excited for.
Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed?
Of course I remember.
Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urange's lecturing. And I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. Nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just a threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards, and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Oh right, there's an Aether right there. I should have tuned to that. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? One nectarine. Thank you. Alice has explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others and we've decided to keep an eye on Howrick for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, right, another Reaver quest. Well, nothing's going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew. Stew sounds yummy.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs. That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Oh boy.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Jennifer, Alice, we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone, we'll assign search everything's for him. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before, but it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, please be alright. I'll cover the north and the west then, you take everything from here to the south. That's tuned. And there's a lot of enemies lurking around, that's kind of annoying. East? I thought you said west. There's so many of these and those. It's
Any sign of him? No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
oh, I don't like the look of that one. That one's big.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going.
That one is massive.
After it! There it is! Is that... Oh no! Ulrich!
Good job, Tesleen.
Tesleen! No!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
And fuck. I'm sorry, Pannifer. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. It's just so unfair. Tesseline was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. Yeah, life sucks like that. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. I can barely... I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial, and she cared about that sort of thing. About giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them, to me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late, too slow, and I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course, just give him what time you can. You always do. Of course. She would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Tesseline's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light, building without cease, is the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Oh, hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to propel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I have gained here to hurt them. Frey destroy their Waking Sands. Boy, if I don't ever have to go back to the Waking Sands, I'll be happy. But yeah, these giant cactuars are caked up. No, go away, cactus. I don't want to fight you, I'm just admiring your thickness. Forgive me, Pennifer, I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women of the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way, with steel. Miss Alisaie, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest Amro, I need you to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Almorang again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Instead, I'm gonna go visit Alphinaud for now. We've had our fun with Alisaie, now we're gonna go visit Alphinaud. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? This business. Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amro for passage to Kholusia. I will pick you out a friendly whelp. That's right. Mounts like my grey friend over there are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from further afield. Or accustomed to chocobos, perchance? I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you are plainly accustomed to riding Amuro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sends you to me, and ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amuro launch. One of the junior chambers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. Don't mind if I do. Also, can I not unlock the hunt? Okay. And I think I unlocked the hunts for Stormblood, all of them, so I gotta do some more MSQ then. Because I like having the hunt stuff unlocked so I could just passively farm out some currency. You want to play on Amuro to Kholusia? Well, I suppose the Master Genmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mounts shortly. Hooray! We're going to visit our friend Alphinaud.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At Light's Edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Southwest, okie dokie. We are arrived. This is Cracked Shell Beach on the eastern coast of Colusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people we should be wary of. Spy that city in the distance? That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale and was once an ally in our battle against the Abominations. For years, the Yulmoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection if we bend the knee. Gross. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Yulmore is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. Boy howdy, Yulmore sounds gross. I am glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. Hey yo, I'm listening. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ivor. Ivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Colusia and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of time. That will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amuro until you are ready to return. Okay, let us go find Ivor first, and attune Matata to the Aetheryte. Hobgoblin these nuts. South. Okay, I should be able to break aggro on the Hobgoblin. I can attune to this, and then we can go grab the Aether Current, or Aetheryte. What are you after? Fish? Crab? I think you've got an eagle in a barrel somewhere if you've a taste from. Ooh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan, it's like a bloody festival of flavor. It is, honestly. Now what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphino A? I know the one, our young champion of the downtrodden. Yulmore's richer than all of Norvran put together, but it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stone Tide, that's the fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there and I'll see that Alphina joins you. Should be another Aether Current in this area. Yeah, it's not necessarily near here, but I'll be heading through anyways. But let's grab this first. With that, we can teleport here. This your first time in a tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you're mean to loiter. What will you be having? Fine choice, and whether you'll be paying with. Oh, now, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? Sorry, dear. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors. So we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Here's an idea. It's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you just say to some extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful for me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like it's not. Do that for me, and you can lazy about here as long as you like. Don't mind if I do. I'll destroy some pests. Not you though, you're annoying. Boy bam. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And we don't have the square grapes anymore. I remember when Endwalker first came out and everybody was clowning on the square grapes, the squates. But I love the square grapes, they're so silly. One, and a two, and you're dead. Knock, 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 open the door. I said open the door. Open the door. There is no one there to open the door for me. Cringe. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? He wasn't there? Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Yulmore? You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? There I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house. Let's go. Free beer. Or mead. We're getting blitzed on a Sunday.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that?
Oh, wow, Finneau, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in.
Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. The time has only added to the relief I feel in seeing you safe and well. Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such standing. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Gladly. While I enjoy my drink.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat.
One being sin eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
You know it. As if I could say no to an adventure.
And so we take to the road once more.
The day I say no to a new adventure, just lock me up in the crazy house. Straitjacket and all. If I ever say no to an adventure, it's no to an adventure, I've gone insane. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come. From here we must head west and then cross the small bridge. Oh, good, because I needed to go west anyways. Or east? I thought you said west. How far west do I need to go? 700. There's something will bring me up that way anyways, but I'm still gonna go grab the current. Assuming it is in fact down here and not somewhere annoying. Says west. Okay, it's up on the hill. There's probably another one down here. So I'll go grab that real quick and maybe sneaky peeky see if there's one close enough that I can grab down here, because I can't get the one that's up there. I know I don't necessarily need to be over here quite just yet. But I'll grab this anyway. North. Yeah, I can go straight north and take a peek, see if there's anything there. Probably not. Probably up on the hill. Unless it is down. But there might be one down in this bottom left corner. If this one is correctly assumed to be up on the hill, and it looks like it, because it's directing me northeast. East? I thought you said west. One of my favorite vocal stems. SpongeBob has so many quotable lines. Let's delve south. Okay, there's one to the west. That'll be easier to grab. I was gonna say I managed to avoid the toucans, but I did not. That is fine. That was probably down at the beach. Either that. Okay, so it's right there. So the other two should be up on the hill. Or cliff. It's more of a cliff than a hill. Get on the bike. Okay, yeah, northeast. It is up on the hill. Cliff. Also annoying. There's still jets flying around outside. We had an air show yesterday. Unless it's going on again today. But I know it was yesterday. At least. And I have just been hearing nothing but loud freaking fighter jets and stuff being annoying. I hope there isn't another air show today. And that it's just jets getting ready to leave the local airports. Quit being annoying. Yeah, I think our goal for today will be to do the first dungeon. Which, I think that's not too far after finishing Alphino's route and... Yep, that was one of the fighter jets, and I know you guys heard it because OBS peaked real hard. It probably didn't sound like all that much on my headset mic, but it's loud as crap. Calusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No, get away from me. Pardon? Quickly, someone's in trouble. Sure sounds like it. Let us be good saints and help. And sneak past the chameleon. Sneak past the chameleon. Oh boy, a sin eater. What's up, sucker? My poor heart. Thank you, young miss. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you alright, madame? Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. Now I'm sure a strapping lass like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's not to be had here but cobwebs and memories. Tis as the lady says, many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmore's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? Ah, yes, Alice would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared to the Almarang, Calusio is almost a haven, but as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Had you arrived but a few moments later, the Sin Eaters would have claimed another victim. Still, we have won a small victory this time, at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. Going west? Oh yeah, I forgot, you can go first person in the game. Which does make fighting interesting. And also makes you realize just how small you are compared to everything.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
She's not here to compete. Leave her be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Gentlemen, your attention, please!
Who are these clowns?
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore
Red
extends
Junglier.
its regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy. even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or...
Oh, they have boob windows. What interesting outfits.
Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the city of splendor.
Oh god, they're rhyming.
In an ecstasy of endeavor.
They're rhyming, I don't like it.
Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident. For you. Enjoy.
Thank goodness.
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via contact with ever-changing rule. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Yulmore's current ruler came into power. And from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I have tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gatetown and judge the situation for yourself. Okie dokie. A large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks, meal, you realize, floats in the otherwise plain broth. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day, I dream of the life that waits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? Probably not. But keep on dreaming. God, this feels like modern day garbage. Begging and pleading to the rich elite in the hopes they will pity you. It's gross. Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Yulmore's pie. If you asked me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, aye, but at least it's safe. And the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. I'm sure it is. You've seen what Gate Town has to offer? These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts and meal and believe Yulmore is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life. I mean, I disapprove of Yulmore. It is difficult to make a final judgment without first seeing the city's inner workings. Mayhap it is that uncertainty which always makes me feel so ill at ease here. Not that it matters. However unjust the system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Yulmore's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I am not convinced that Yulmore's generosity truly serves the best interests of Calusia's people. I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Yulmore's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Panaher. I have been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There is a beast tribe who makes its home in the sea surrounding the island. The Ondo, they are called, though you and I know them as Hagen. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataru took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Yulmoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with him on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, we must pay a visit to Mosha Moa, my supplier and right. Come, it is just to the northwest of here. there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Moshimoa. This is my associate Penahurt. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know no such person. My stale lad, short blue hair? No? He said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seems to know all the details, I just assumed. Confound it, someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If the charlatan was here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of the town, and I should take the west. There you are, you little blighter. Penahur, any sign of him? You have a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. What's that, sucker?
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I've no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmorans' interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
Oh, I know you are far too kind.
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shia, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
Looks like ad break is starting, so I'm gonna take a chance to get up and grab a drink and stretch. And we are back.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old elf, you know. Ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to Wright then? Is that? I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on, they may need our help.
That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy, mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. Poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? You've sort of heard the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristol. I was invited into Yulmore to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures of them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vathri's city. Within days, they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him I wished to leave. Little did I know that he would soon. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the gods' damned ocean. Rude. From up there, how were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though, if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment? Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Vathri passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law. Cringe. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its wall. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. First, we should convey Tristal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Way into the city. I accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I will assist you in your attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I am able, at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach. But since it's plain you've set your minds on it, you should take this. With my favorite paintbrush. The Yulmoran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want, and if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. You cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided, but I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristal has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with the brush, nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Why not? Then it is settled. All we need to now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. Vile indeed, their outfits are hideous. They literally look like clowns. Also, looks like those are the... Let's do the Aetheroid current side quests if those are those. Just to get them out of the way while we're here. Oh, who are you? Forgive me, it's not often we see travelers in Right, what with how dangerous it is hereabouts. I even worried for my husband taking the road down to the shipyard, and he's as strong as a Talos. He has been a good while, though. If you're headed that way, could you please let him know his wife is expecting him at home? Gladly. Excuse me, but you're the Lady Alphinaud was traveling with, aren't you? I'm sorry I didn't quite catch your name. Ah, Pennifer, how lovely to meet you. My name is Euless, and I'm the acting village mayor. I was hoping someone of your talents would pass through right before long. Thing is, I need to visit someone up at Stonegazer, but I'm afraid to walk the path alone. You think you could provide an escort? Thanks. I just couldn't bring myself to ask one of the villagers. See, there was an incident a while back where a veteran band of hunters was badly mauled. Simply mentioning that it's unsafe to wander outside the villages these days would be enough to bring back memories of that grisly scene, which is why it's been so difficult to even bring up the subject. But such does not change the fact that the roads are indeed dangerous. Pray meet me on the path to the north and be prepared to fend off the wildlife. Okay, north and south. Yeah, fighting in first person is weird. What did I tell you? I was barely 10 steps out of the village. Come, let us hurry along before more predators have chance to gather. Thank you so much for the escort, Panifer. This is the gentleman I wish to speak with, so we needn't go any further. Sigh, Luke. Are you wandering around by yourself out here? You know what kind of creatures lurk beyond the borders of the village. Well, if this isn't Clifton's little girl, something I could do for you, lass? Sir, I came for an answer to my proposal from the other day. Have you given any thought to taking over as village mayor? I'm doing the best I can in the interim, but I have neither the age nor the wisdom to continue in the role, and the rest of the villagers agree with me. I'm fairly sure I told you nay once already. But seeing as you found a guard just to come and talk to me, then mayhap I will consider the idea in exchange for a few small tasks. You will? Please, just tell me what I need to do. My friend, Clifton, your dear father, was looking for a sickle to cut some rope. Would you mind skipping back to the village and borrowing one for me? Why would you? I mean, a sickle, was it, for cutting rope? It shouldn't be too difficult. I had only meant to ask your allowing for the one trip, but if I am to complete these tasks, would you be willing to indulge me a while longer? Good day to you, young Euless. You look a little flustered, dear. Was there something I could help you with? And a good day to you, madame. I was actually hoping to borrow a sickle. Is that all? Here, you can take this one. I've several spares, so there's no rush in returning it. Doing a spot of harvesting, are you? My thanks, but it's not for me exactly. I was asked to bring one for my father. Father, Shadow, save me. Forgive me. If should have accompanied me in these tasks, and he deserved to know the whole story. It was my father, Clifdol, who was the former mayor of Wright, and the incident I spoke of earlier was something that happened a year ago. One day, a stray sin-eater came prowling around and slaughtered nearly half the village. It was a waking nightmare. Some of the villagers blamed my father. They said it was because he refused to accept the protection of Yulmore. The sheer scale of the tragedy and the accusations that followed wore away at his conscience until finally he could bear the guilt no longer. He hanged himself. Luke, the old man we spoke to, was his closest friend, but considering how he worded his request, it seems he's reluctant to accept the fact of my father's death. Still, I would see this task to its end. Let us bring him his sickle, shall we? Oh boy. This is quite dreary. Hi Luke, sir, we brought the sickle you asked for. Oh, good, good. Old Clifton will be glad to see this. Oh, sir. Thank you for staying with me, Pettifer. This might be harder than I expected. Okay, this one's not an Aether Current one, so I can do it later, because it might lead to the formerly known as Beast Tribes. I think that there's tribes now or something different. Haven't particularly gone to unlock any. I've been meaning to do the Ananta because you get the false nails from that very early on, and it's one of the better hand glamours. Colorful, simple nails. Eh, something I could do for you, stranger? You beat me with a hammer. Has it been that long? I was aiming to salvage the planks from this old hull, but she's given me more trouble than I bargained for. Bit of a waste to leave all this lumber lying around. Not much call for seaworthy ships since the light ate up half the world, you understand. So I reckon it were better for a woodworker like me to put it to good use. These boards, though, they're so tightly joined I can't pull the bleeding things loose. Here, do me a favor and sprinkle some of this powder on the joints along the keel. I'll keep working on this end, and with any luck I can make it home before the wife stomps down here to fetch me herself. One, two, three, four, a 5, and a 6. That should do the trick. Powdered fire crystal is the best thing for melting wood glue. Just pour on a little water and the steam will take care of the rest. This ought to be a one-man job now thanks to you. Oh, and if you could let the noise know I'll be done within the hour, then you'll have helped me out of 2 rough spots today. Gladly. And that'll be all the Aether Current quests for this part of the zone. And then back to MSQ. It's alright then? Well, that's a relief. Rate's had its share of troubles, and a wife does worry. What? He had you helping strip planks? The cheek of that man. Still, we're lucky his father taught him the trade at all, even if he uses the skills to take ships apart instead of building them. A bored worker puts food on the table, so I'm grateful to his family for keeping up their traditions. And I'm grateful to you for bringing me peace of mind. Please take this for your kindness. An Aether current and some money. Don't mind if I do. And now to go visit Alphino. I think a good goal for each stream will be to complete one dungeon or trial each. So I think some dungeons have a trial soon after, so depending on where we're on in the story, it'll be either a dungeon or a dungeon and a trial. But for today, it will be a dungeon. The first dungeon. And then we will watch the music man himself, Soken, play Lahi. Here they come. These two clowns. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. Oh god, right, they're rhyming. Angry face on. We welcomed the peddler who made pearls from a plum, and now we've placed for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow, it's time to let your colors show. I can paint. Portraits, at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh ho. I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold, such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note it has seen no small amount of service. Ooh. Aha! Oh ho! Mm-hmm. Collects the paints, both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hang-around? Wolvisher or Parasite? Why, this is my assistant. She whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with her or not at all. Parasite, then. We shall leave her fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. Having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to you in more sweet embrace. I don't like the rhyming. Oh, mercy me, the meal. We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back. Why must you clowns rhyme? I don't like it, it's annoying. These two really are clowns.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days.
They got pole dancers. Why are rich people so gross?
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Welcome to the City of Final Pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No, not even a single tear. Moving right along then. First task is to register you as residents, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folk off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gaytown, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means, take your time. Why waste another moment? Go, enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we'd better show ourselves willing for the time being. Ethernet shard. There's a bunch of these. Let's grab these real quick. Welcome to you, more fortunate friends. May I have your names? I am Alphino and Others, and this is Pennifer, my assistant. Yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Yulmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Fothry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. Cringe. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen, in your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see. And might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually, Chai Nuz and Dulia Chai. My stealth couple, whom most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment please while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order. These are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Yulmoran citizens. Cringe, but okay. Enjoy your new life in paradise. No promises. Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. Great game. What have we here? Alphino, artist Pennifer, artist assistant, to be employed in the service of Lord Chai Nuz and Lady Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best we deliver you to the Chai residence before... Oh dear. You smell... Who you calling stinky? Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Rude. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourself clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to slash yourself with this perfume liberally. Once you made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Kornene, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. Who are you calling stinky? Rude? I hadn't realized we were so aromatic. I'm not stinky. I'm a good clean lizard girl. Well, I like roses, so not bad, honestly. Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? Is it not? That is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? Wouldn't she just? Very well, I shall endeavor to emulate her boldness then. Courage, Alphino. Yeah, go get clean, stinky. Oh, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then? Now you can't say I'm stinky. Rude me Cote or my Stell. You're looking to present yourselves to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters. And above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Yulmore spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs, then look for the Grand Dame's Parlor. They'll be in there like as not. Okie dokie. Gonna go nab that real quick like. Eee, splat. Who wished? It is up. We didn't need to do so much Wii. Okie dokie, that is all of them. Not counting the main Aetheryte, which probably can't access. Figured as much. Hey yo, a fat cat. Cute. Pretty.
Oh, who's this then?
Oh, her voice is cute.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful! Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis she who best understands my work. With her unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture has begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than her being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city she has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for her priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on her behalf.
Oh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have her wish. She shall
I like this cat already.
her heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course it is.
Yes, I like Dooley already. She's lovely. Now you've got the opportunity to experience Yulmore. I suggest you make the most of it, explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls mayhap. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with their friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Oh, hello there. Fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big strong lad, long hair tied back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I'd dropped my handkerchief, and now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. Ayo, same. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. Oh, dear, my guy, what are you doing? Wicked White, that was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough. She is my entire world. Without her, I am nothing. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there is so much more to the city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Colusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Mood? Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witnessing her generosity firsthand. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet, I must return to her immediately. My attendant told me everything. I am so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance. Oh, my attitude is not unusual, I assure you. Without the efforts of my bonded residents, we free citizens would not enjoy the pleasures of our daily lives. They are deserving of our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society, our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Yulmore, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy a tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I'm not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit Beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista B usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Okie dokie artichoke. Welcome to the Beehive, my little drone. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day? I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous flittering, you see, always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at ease, eh? A quick game of high or low, simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor, within reason, of course. Ready for a game of high or low, then? Good for you. No time like the present, I say. Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? I mean, off the rip, she has 8, 9, 10, 13, and I've got 6. Theirs adds up to 15, mine's at 9. 10. Aha! I guessed correctly. Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I'd concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win and then we'll talk about that favor. I'm down. Another match of high or low? Come now, little honeybee. We all need our diversions. That's the spirit, let me sort out the deck. Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, I flip 2 of mine. Okay. Well, she's got 12 off the rip and I've got 3. Hers is 18, mine's 12. 13. Aha! Hee. And winner is me. Well, well, would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations. Victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Oop, I did not mean to skip that. That's all. How delightfully wholesome, but if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Vathyr was born with the power to command them, which means no Yulmoran need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Is that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Atharn over there. It's not that Mary thought likes more than the sound of his own voice. Was that new to Yulmore, you say? Gahaha. Only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I tell you what, you hop on stage and give us a dance first, and then we have... You want me to what? Okay, you're getting an angry face for this, my guy. If you want me to dance, I'll dance. Never again. Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. Again, never again. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Yes. Something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Yulmoran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces are grievous losses in the war against the Sun Eaters. Things changed for us, around 20 years ago, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see, turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Yulmor, no longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere, there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Pah! A toast to the Lord of Vothri. Not getting me up on stage dancing again. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Alphino has yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, I'm told, or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. Ayo. Alphino got a glow up. I've put together an ensemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me. That last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but without since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly. Well, I'm not. That is to say, as long as you... Just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know he'll be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick out some jewelry next? Oh boy. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress while painting. This obsession of hers works in our favor. Time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the lair below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the inner story has its own tale to tell. Ba, 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 ba. You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then... I need you to sneak onto the derelicts and describe my condition to Thoric. Use a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Okie dokie. Hee hee. You need medicines, tonics, potions. Potions, Sela. I require your strongest potions. A cure for an alien voice, is it? No, no medicine will cure this. He thinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Hee hee. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder, or simply silence her chirps? Oh, your face. You didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two unfortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest, gone. A town of nightmares, it is. Not for this ship's rat. Oh, no, no. I am content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict, and I have my meal. Good day. Boing. Sploosh. Did you get my medicine? Bad news. So that's it? What am I to do if I can't sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said. So you've been suffering all this time? I am sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave. But you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street. You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have a word with Lord Vothry and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise wherein resides neither pain nor illness, will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it a step too far? No, you would do that for me? Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument is waiting there to greet me. You must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto the celestial paradise. It is through Lord Vothry that we learned this truth. It is through Lord Vothry's grace that the free people of Yulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Vothry truly is a great man, isn't he? I wouldn't... Now if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. I don't like the sound of that. Sounds like she's going to be fed to a monster. I really don't like this place. And I really don't like most of its people. That one woman and her attendant are nice, and I like Julia Chai and her husband. And, I mean, that man does seem to care about his charge, so not all of them are horrible, but still. It's good to see you back. You were taking so long I began to worry something had happened. I have begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the Chais appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? Nothing good. So, Lord Vothry boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in the mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. So many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? I take my eye off you for one moment and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? What in the blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alphino. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous union, it seemed to me that a realistic portrayal. Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now, fetch a blank canvas and... Oh, goodness. Boy, oh boy. I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The tale to make you quiver and your noble blood free. Oh god, now with the rhyming again. There was a villain on the loose set to ruin our fair city. For the Lord has got him now, and his fate will not be Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship at the offer. I hate their rhyming. A malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing? That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth going along for the experience. The offer they mention is part of the emergence. The level above is where Lord Vothry resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The Crown Lift will take you up there. We had better not dawdle then. This can't be good. But also, my guy, this painting is freaking amazing. It's gorgeous. How could you say it's not perfection? Oh, there's a friend. A friend from my main. I don't think I have any flashy dance emotes or anything. Oh, it seems I have a little visitor. They traveled all the way from Gilgamesh to come pay me a visit. Got a picture. Huzzah. It's always fun getting a visit from a friend while I'm off doing MSQ. And that they came across data centers even. I'm on Primal, and Gilgamesh is on Aether. And I'll gladly accept a little detour from a friend. I think we're getting close to the first dungeon. I definitely need to grind out the emotes like attention and stuff, because those are great emotes. The visit's appreciated. Now let us continue MSQ. Need to go upstairs and see Funny Guy. Yeah, the visit is appreciated. Hope you're having a good day. I'm so glad I could finally do Shadowbringers. It's as good as the first time I did it. It hits just as hard. It's so good.
That's him. That's Vorthri.
It's Big Chungus, or Big McLarge, as I like to call people that are very big. Big McLarge. And his band of misfits.
He's attended by Sin Eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12.
Oh, goodness.
Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Request these nuts, pants grab.
Lord Vorthri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished, and this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business, yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Europe is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord!
God, I hate Big McLarge.
What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin Eaters are part of Yulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide.
Oh, that's cringe. You are disgusting, my guy.
Unsatisfactory performance.
Tis true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out, I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose
You alone are cringe.
People call this paradise.
Alright, quick BRB. Food is ready.
particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
An artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could. Can you walk? I think so.
Did that little worm just insult me?
It took you long enough. Is baby having a tantrum?
I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
And who is this guy? Well, that was uncomfortable. Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again, though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Yulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Colucia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaisher, I've done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me, and now Lord Vothri wants us all dead. But I don't care what he wants. When I come back with us to the Crystarium, I'm certain we can find work for you there if you're willing. Oh, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking, learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Yulmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. And you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alphino. Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now, I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Vothry and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I'm sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray press me no further. We are leaving, but I would presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy, I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. Next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Well, at least she liked the art, even if her husband was rude. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. While it's not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vothry and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. Which means we should now be very shortly close to the first dungeon. We just have 2 quest runes to turn in. Howdy, howdy, Mozzie. I am indeed winning. It is good to be back amongst friends, not to mention my dear sister. I have not seen her for some time, but I gather she is as keen to press on with her plans as I am. And you've seen quite a lot of the First yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done. Thank you for seeking me out, Pennifer. It means a lot to have you there at my side, and looking at Alphino, I'd say he's as eager to begin this discussion as I am. I say we lay our experiences before the Exarch and step back to see what kind of picture they make. Then we can decide where to go from here.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmore might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity. Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then.
This is cool.
In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed. the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Northrend, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements.
Let's go, it's time.
They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphinaud and Alize as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Now we're cooking. Now we get to do something fun. Almost 6 hours of super good story in action, and now we get to do something really good. Hallminster Switch is in the north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of the Sensor Gates, and I shall lead you there myself. I can start nabbing Aether Currents while I'm out there. And I think we'll do the dungeon as Dark Knight, because we're almost to level 74 on Reaper. So, let's see. Yeah, we're about 400,000 XP away from 500,000 actually on Reaper, and Dark Knight is just above level 73, so Dark Knight's perfect. We'll get a nice, quick and easy tank queue, hopefully. And then we can get Dark Knight to 74. And I don't mind tanking through the dungeon. I remember how to Dark Knight enough. Tank stance on. Aether Compass. To the west. I don't want to fight you. Quite busy, tree. Here we go, 1 of 4. Ba-dum. North. So that'll probably be Foot Job. Also, yes, I know that settlement's called Fort Job, but I call it Foot Job because it's funny. It will always and forever be Foot Job to me. Oh yeah, we've got an Aetheryte to attune to a foot job. All set. If we follow this road north, we'll arrive at the northern staging point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. In fact, the game's gonna have server issues now. While I'm ready to do a dungeon that's cringe. So I want to get on my motorcycle and zoom on north. I want to visit Foot Job, attune to the Aetheryte, and then get to the dungeon. Because we've got an ad soon, and I can hopefully time things so that dungeon starts as ad ends. Okay, yes, here, bop, bop, bop. Okay, there we go. Onwards to Foot Job. Looks like there's an Aetheryte or an Aether Current in that general area. And then I assume the others are probably at Hostal. North. Okie dokie. Gotta go north anyways, but first, going to Foot Job. There it is. And I can attune to it down here. Let's go. Next one should be west, as expected. We're probably around there somewhere. We don't go there for a bit, I figure, so let us pay a visit to the Exarch and dungeon up. Dungeon will also get us another second chance point, so we could shuffle around maybe. Try to get some good seal placements. Westminster switches past these gates through the woods. Tis not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy this inner region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike any we have seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villagers, but as many as half remain. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe a Light Warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we'll have our chance to slay a Warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a Warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? They hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile aether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being. A reckless young swordswoman, perhaps, and turn her into a brand new Warden. Ah, well, you can leave that particular quandary to us. I must ask that the guards stand down and allow us to engage this leader of eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well. And our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Leviers, Captain Lena, and last but not least... Let's kick some butt. A formidable group indeed. Into Holminster we go. Once we reach the Light Warden, do not hold back, we strike to kill. Let's go. Smug face on. Oh yeah, I could do this with a solo group, but it's fun to do with players. Because this is the point when they first introduced duty assistance, or whatever it's called. Where you could... no, duty support, where you could do dungeons with NPCs instead of players. And then they expanded that out to the previous expansions, so now you can do all the main dungeons with NPCs if you so desire. Trials still have to be done with players, but you can do all the main story dungeons as with NPCs if you desire. If you want to solo the game, treat it like a single player game. Okay, look at, got some tough looking guys and a tiny lizard girl in a schoolgirl outfit. Astro Viper, Bard, and a Dork Knight. Pulling hard or hardly pulling. Time for some big dick damage. Pulling everything. Let's see if the healer can keep up. That was not my invuln. Wrong button. Yeah, fight me, chumps. Monkey might have been a little bit too big of a pull. But the real test of a healer's mettle is Mountain Ghoul triple pulling the start when you've pulled like 20 enemies and it's miserable. It scares the crap out of healers doing that dungeon and just triple pulling the start. Also, yeah, these enemies hit a lot harder than, like, Shadowbringer MSQ dungeon enemies do. It's definitely a test of how good your tank is and how good your healer is. Thankfully, I am a good tank, even though I have been doing Reaper for a bit. This is why I'll be alternating between doing Dark Knight and Reaper during the MSQ. So that I can keep up on both. Yeah, hit me, chumps, get slowed. Enjoy your slow, suckers. Oh, it's you. You. You are making this a little bit challenging. Yeah, get over here, sucker. I need to keep you in place. Also, these tank busters hit for a lot, so I should start using Darkest Night, or Blackest Night. This is exactly the place for that. run, get a run, get a run, get a run. That was close. Yeah, get out of here, sucker. Oh god, yeah, I love the Blackest Night so much. Easily still just the best mitigation in the entire game. Maiming... That would be good for Reaper. I'm gonna agree on that. Let's do 2 packs instead of everything. That might be a little bit more manageable. Okay, hit me, suckers. Healer, why did you heal me up? I popped my invuln. I was preparing for this. Now that's gonna be on cooldown for like 5 minutes. I really should set up a macro with a text thing for when I use my invuln so that healer knows, oh, okay, let me take damage. And embrace death. I won't actually embrace death. Oh god. That's... Of course it is. Of course we're fighting Tesleen. Don't stack. Ah, she's cooming everywhere. That's nasty. Okay, yeah, positions. That way we don't clip each other. Okay, yeah, the tank busters will now actually guarantee do enough damage to pop my shield. So it is in fact worth it to use it. Because I know back in like end of Stormblood, like post Stormblood dungeons, oh, but yeah. Okay, yeah, that's kind of actually good positioning. Yep, hit me, hit. Good. Poor Tesleen, she didn't deserve this. Healing? Healing, well the healers are getting treated nicely. Or healer. Singular healer. Philia, eh? Philia balls! Philia balls! Gotta kick your balls in, sucker! Gonna turn to face me, pants grab? Or are you just gonna be cringe and keep facing that way? I didn't mean to press that, I meant to press my group mitigation, but that's fine. GG! We kicked its butt so hard. That is such a fun fight. Like, you have to actually think on your toes, you have to be fast, you have to be careful. Let's go, I got some goodies. I also got a cane, I don't need that, I'm not a healer. I'm not a white mage. I'll take the goodies. I got stuff for tank, I got stuff for Reaper.
sensing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
Ayo.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world twisted by its touch returns to its rightful form.
Oh. Oh, the night sky is so pretty. Oh, it's so gorgeous. I can, in fact, safely say we are winning extra hard right now. We are winning real good. Oh, so pretty. And all of these people who have seen nothing but light for 100 years, now they have been blessed with darkness.
What's happening?
It's so beautiful.
The Sunless Sea. The Warrior of Darkness has come.
It's so pretty with the light gone.
What I think it is?
The night sky. As it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other Wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed. But for the present, I beg you, stay and see this fight to its conclusion.
I mean, if it means that I can bring more light, more night, make things even prettier, then I'll forgive you just this once. A glorious adventure indeed. And who am I to turn down an adventure?
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Exarch, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. A single victory in a larger struggle, perhaps, but a momentous one nonetheless. Now, as for how you proceed from here, the villagers we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about wounds or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the Warrior of Darkness has come. Just to be expected. Hennifer, I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? Seeing the light recede from Lake Glen is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as the legendary warrior of darkness, I fear that, no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Yulmore. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how Vothri responds to all of this. Which, you know, fair. Vothri's a prick. My thanks. Though we cannot freely celebrate your success, pray allow your heart to be buoyed by the joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. And I must ask the same discretion of you, Captain. 'Tis my intention to share with our people the tale of a great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated the Light Warden and has since departed for parts unknown, yes? As you wish, my lord. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day, about all of you. With that settled, I shall return to the Crystarium and make an address to the people. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits. And to think, you'll not even need to shutter the windows to enjoy a dark and peaceful night's sleep. I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. And I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask you to pass on a message on your way to the Pendants? Please let Bragi know that we're bringing in a number of injured and that any restoratives in the markets need to be reserved for the infirmary. Can do. We should start making our own way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. It wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. I'm staying behind as well. There's something I need to check on in Holminster. We already went through the village top to bottom, Alice. We should all take the chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters, and I can't rest, not now. So please, I wish to be left alone for a while, and that means you as well, Pennifer. I shall be cross if you try to follow me. I promise to find you later when I feel myself again. Just you and me then, shall we? Let's... Okay, we'll stick with Dark Knight for a little. Get that to 74, then swap back to Reaper. And we will end stream soon-ish. It's been 6 hours, 36 minutes. We can go for a little bit longer. Making our way through the foot job. So, the great sword looks like in comparison to... Oh, that is a pretty looking sword. I think I will make that my current weapon in Glamour. Oh, right. I can actually just equip that. That is, in fact, better, slightly. Yes, indeedly, update that. Oh, we passed the Crystarium. There we go, now we have a proper, edgy-looking sword. Quit spitting on me, plant. You're gross. I'll probably talk to some random NPC as I see around that I can talk to. I'm sure they got a little bit to talk about concerning the darkness. Like you. Do you have anything to say? If you are not averse to a bit of clamor and commotion, I encourage you to go enjoy a drink at the Wandering Stairs. It's not every day you can celebrate the return of darkness after 100 years. Ayo, true. Well, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there is something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I should take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers once you've discharged your duties at Bragi, as just do the same. Sleep well, Pennifer. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alice both. I'll definitely have a go to honk snoo. Aye, what can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern like every other stumbling soul in the city? I see. Well, Captain Lena can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. If you're carrying messages for the guard, does that mean you were there, then, at battle at Holminster? A stalwart lass like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs to make herself known. I'm sure Lena could introduce you to some interesting opportunities. Okie dokie. And I'm not surprised everyone and their mother wants a lantern. It's dark for once. Bum, bum, bum. Sayala, more beer for table 2, and a couple of pints of mead at table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we're rushed off our feet this evening, miss. Can I get you anything? Drinks are on the house. On the house? I want my drinks on the table. Oh, that Bragi has a twisted sense of humor. To think he'd send you to me at the time like this. First real night in near 100 years has folk all riled up and then some. What's more, there was that eater business at Holminster Switch. They say a Light Warden was destroyed without a damn trace, and it was the Warrior of Darkness who did the deed. I really must apologize for Glenard. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warrior's appearance was the spark to their kindling. You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Aye. They swarm like angry bees around a queen. You need look no further than Holminster for proof of that. But attacks on that scale don't happen every day. Praise the blessed shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and again, an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is foul. They're a danger to everyone, so the settlement council puts bounties on their heads, and our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the Warden's slaying even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters that have been dubbed the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, and when historians heard the descriptions given by the survivors, well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as Light Wardens. Not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our Virtue Hunters had all but given up, but knowing the Warrior of Darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. That Hume over there with the oversized sword is Granson. He's in it for revenge. Wants to recruit a comrade in arms as tenacious as he is. The Mestel lad is Lou Reek. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. He just lost a partner and seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Sarek. Word is, he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. Last we have Giat, dwarf and drunkard both. Wanted to join forces with a healer and only a healer. Something about needing a mender's wisdom. I've seen my share of competent veterans, and you have that look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of our hunters. Who knows? Together you might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue. Well, there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we both do the patronage of a successful virtue hunter. You have gained access to RollQuest. A separate questline in Staria is now available for tank, physical DPS, magical range DPS, and healer roll. In order to reach the final stage of the Shadowbringers main scenario, you must complete at least one role quest line. Speak with a Virtue Hunter at the Wandering Stairs to accept a quest offer. And which one of you fine folks is my... Lurik. We're gonna have some fun together. I just know it. Wait, you wouldn't happen to be a cute little lizard girl in a schoolgirl outfit? That's right. Yes, of course you are. Just plain from the way you carry yourself, you're just the sort of woman I've been looking for. You're perfect. Well, I'm glad you think I'm perfect. My name is Lurik, and I am a bounty hunter. But not just any bounty hunter, I will have you know. Nay, I am not one to settle for run-of-the-mill prey. I hunt sin eaters. Not only that, I have recently set my sights on a particularly notable fiend, one of the four cardinal virtues, those infamous instigators of the flood itself. Naturally, it will take considerable strength and skill to defeat such a formidable eater, and I am not afraid to admit I cannot do it alone. However, with the aid of equally formidable allies, I am confident it can be done. And you, my friend, are exactly the sort of ally I have a mind to recruit. Aha, I knew you would be interested. And should the challenge alone be insufficient motivation, know that I have substantial financial resources at my disposal. You will be duly compensated for your service, rest assured. I mean, I'm in it for the adventure. However, as much as I'm certain you are the right woman for the job, 'tis only meet that I put your skills to the proof. A simple test should suffice. Pray do not be offended, but you would be shocked by how many people present themselves falsely in order to enrich themselves or to impress others. Huh? Well, we won't do this quest today specifically, but we have it. And next stream, we will do the first of our oral quests. Now, let us continue on with the MSQ for a little longer. Welcome back, miss. I wonder if anyone can sleep with the city in such an uproar, but will you be retiring to your quarters? Don't mind if I do. In light, of the present situation, I have had illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets or lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, miss. Bum. This will get me close to 74. And then I will... it is beautiful out. My man.
It's turn to be the warriors of darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out. Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang, and I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time?
What will it cost me? Whatever it takes.
I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles.
Ain't that the truth?
More nagging burdens to ignore.
So this is what the light was hiding.
And who might you be?
She's here. I must go to her.
Ooh.
Intruders! Fan out and find them! Out of my way!
Estinian, they're a friend. Don't hurt them.
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
My man.
But even without it, I see a former legatus still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadowhunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own, they tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause.
Oh, don't pretend you don't enjoy our company, Estinian.
I swear the receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldassian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on another business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
What an interesting path that must be. Should be coming up on an ad break shortly. So we will MSQ until ad break is done. And then we will watch Lahi before we raid out. Begging your pardons, miss, but do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I would strongly advise you not to stray too far from the Crystarium. Word has it, Yulmore has dispatched its military to Lakeland. Oh, cringe. Given the timing, one can only assume they do not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the ocular deliberating a response. Cringe. Cringe. Those hoity-toity rich pricks, what do they want? Oh, we're on level 70, MSQ level 72 already. Let's go. I didn't realize we've been making so much good progress. I assumed we would have been on 71 still.
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands. Laxon Loft, here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
My lord, I am come with the Yulmoran emissary. May I show him in?
A moment, Captain, if you would. Everyone, gather round. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish.
Oof.
Enter. Well, well, the commander of the Yulmoran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmore's interest?
His Benevolence, Lord Vorthry, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater.
Oh, game audio is cringy? That's annoying.
Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution. Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 Sin Eaters changes nothing. The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmore's mercy promptly. One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
I don't like that old man. I don't like him at all.
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
I fear he did. The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmore's army since before Vorthry's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Yulmore chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
It is noble of you to say, Master Alphinaud, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmore has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
he may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Laxan Loft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia.
Pardon?
It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmor before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it. I think it best that you seek out Maren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He'll be able to enlighten you. Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right, though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
Yes. If you're after books pertaining to the Warrior of Darkness, I'm afraid most are out on loan at present. They are experiencing quite a surge in popularity. Oh, you wish to learn about the Oracle of Light? Then it would be my pleasure to assist. After I have finished off some few outstanding tasks, that is. While I attend to them, perhaps you could fetch me a book. The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light, it's called. Though it's intended for younger readers, it provides an excellent summary of the subject matter, and the artwork is quite lovely besides. I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone with an interest in learning about Minfilia. But you must see it for yourself. Books should be located on the level below. Shouldn't, I say? For while there is a place for everything here, not everything is always in its place, despite my best efforts. In short, if the book is not where it should be, it will almost certainly be somewhere it shouldn't, so, good luck. Oh, we're going on a little goose chase for a book. Is this it? Probably not. Is this it? It is not. Is this it? It is. Hooray. Have you found the book? I have indeed. Yes, this is the one. I hope it wasn't too difficult to track down. I'm happy to say I've finished all my pressing tasks. If you want to call your friends over, we can begin learning at once. Yay, knowledge! Without further ado, then. It began 100 years ago when the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvrand. Just as all seemed lost, a savior appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance. A maiden with hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. Naught was known about her save that her name was Minfilia. And for delivering the realm, she came to be revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace. 15 years later, her name would unexpectedly appear in the annals of history. Oh, that's cute. When Sin Eaters laid road into the kingdom of Vobert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blighted touch. One with hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. She was hailed as the Oracle Reborn and came to likewise be called Minfilia. Enlisting in the Yulmoran army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless Sin Eaters. Yeah, she's indeed baby. And the baby is dead. Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. Yet with her dying breath, she whispered unto her grieving comrades, Minfilia will return. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what the monsters do, eat people. And true to her words, some years later, another young girl was discovered who possessed selfsame eyes, that selfsame hair, and those selfsame powers. She too took the name Minfilia. She too fought Sin Eaters as a soldier of Yulmore. And she too fell in battle. Many more were to follow in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. And that concludes the tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Norvrant on numerous occasions. And were it not for them, we might never have learned of the Light Wardens and their nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Some, perhaps. The truth is rather less simple. Though the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories or the knowledge of her previous incarnations. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war and ignorant of the power they harbored. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not. But all were made to face the Sin Eaters, and all died to keep our hopes alive. What can you tell us of the current Minfilia? She was found by the Yulmoran army some 10 years ago and taken into their care, or rather their custody. She was a prisoner in all but name, for by that time, under Lord Fothry's rule, Yulmore had already abandoned resistance in favor of decadence. Minfilia was an uncomfortable reminder of the war they no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to the peace, and so they kept her under lock and key. For a long while, we heard nothing more of her. Couldn't even be certain she was alive, save that it was in the Yulmorans' best interest for her to remain under their control. Then, 3 years ago, a gallant soul stole into the city and rescued her from their clutches, just like a hero from the tales. Indeed. Well, I believe we now have a good grasp of Minfilia's tale. Thank you for your time, Morin. Might I trouble you for a word, Pennifer? Outside. As you will have already surmised, the gallant soul who rescued Minifili was none other than our own dear Thancred. They have since been wandering the land together, never remaining in one place for long, which is why we have not yet had a chance to meet them. We know that Minfili journeyed here as Hydaelyn's emissary to halt the flood of light. It could only be her that the people of the first witnessed 100 years ago, the original Oracle of Light. But while there's plainly some connection between the woman we knew and her namesakes, the fact that these girls do not share her memories must surely mean they are not the same person. Thancred has to understand that. I have no doubt that he understands, the question is how he feels. Regardless, the Thancred we know would not forsake his charge. If she has been captured, we may be certain he will not stand idly by. There you go again, talking in your roundabout way. If you think we should rescue Minfilia, just spit it out. It just so happens I agree with you. It's quite clear that this Minfilia possesses Hydaelyn's blessing. And it wouldn't hurt to have a second such individual on our side, right, Panaver? Quite. I see you've made up your minds. Think, Zark, what brings you here? A report and a proposal. First, the report. Our scouts have confirmed that the Yulmoran forces at Laxenloft do indeed have Minfilia in their custody. For the present, they are holding her there, but we can be certain they will move her to Yulmore ere long. Should that happen, we may be forced to give her up as lost. So if we mean to act, we should do so quickly. Which brings me to my proposal. I ask that you entrust the undertaking to us, the people of the Crystarium. And this is where we will end game for today. But we made a lot of progress. We are now on the level 72 MSQ. We did the first dungeon. You have a good night as well. We won't end stream just yet. I have a silly video I want to show related to part of the game we're in now. Once the game finishes closing, I can get up my web browser. And then after the silly video, we raid. Let's see, so YouTube. I don't want to sign in. Let's see. Manifest Lahi. Okay, video is up. Let's tab into my main game feed. This doesn't have... So this lovely, lovely man is Masayoshi Soken, the composer of the game's music. This was at one of the game's FanFest conventions a few years, actually a bit more than a few years back. He is also a prankster. Lahi? She has no clue what he's doing. She literally has no clue what he's doing. Do you know Lahi? I will play Lahi. So the song Lahi is actually titled Civilizations and is the theme for one of the Shadowbringer zones. And he's singing it poorly and playing it on 2 automatones at the same time. He is a mad lad and everybody loves him. I think next stream we should reach the zone that this plays in, and you'll get to hear the actual version of the song, and not Soken's comedy version. Yeah, he's just two-handing, like he's just double playing automatons and singing at the same time, which is insane. It is insanely impressive that he can sing and play 2 automatons at the same time and actually do it skillfully. And then there's her in the background just staring like, what is going on? What is this? Because he didn't tell her anything. Like, she literally didn't know that he was going to do this. And then there he goes. He just runs off stage. He's amazing. Now... Up. Oop, there we go. Now, let us find somebody to raid out to for the day, now that we've been close to 7.5 hours of streaming. But it was an amazing stream. We made so much progress, and next Sunday we're going to make even more progress, and I can't wait. So, let us see who is live and who is doing anything interesting. There. Logs chatting, Lyra's playing. Michigan report from hell. Fallout, Postal 2, chatting, look outside. Doom. Resident Evil 7. Metopia. ASMR. Schedule 1. Retro Dead Space. RE2. Golden Ring. Art. Mahjong Soul. Powerful Rivals. There's a lot of people doing a lot of things right now. Like, I've clicked show more 5 times, and now we're finally getting to where it shows some offline people, so let's see. Let's pick... Let's see, who should we raid to? So many cool people. So many people doing fun things. I don't know if it'll let me raid to this person, but we can try. Okay, we can in fact raid Sayu. So we're gonna go raid Sayu. Sayu is cool. I like Sayu. Sayu is rad. So, as we get ready to raid for the day, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. And remember, Big Sis loves you always.